Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 703-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Barbara H. Smith. I'm your business moderator, excuse me, for this morning. Excuse me. I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. It is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This morning, we have a special treat. Dr. Eric A.W. Kelly III is a visionary entrepreneur, acclaimed abstract expressionist artist, and an influential leader in the global business community. As the founder of the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics, Dr. Kelly has created transformative platforms that celebrate innovation, entrepreneurship, and excellence in North Carolina. Born in Washington, D.C. and raised in Durham, North Carolina, Dr. Kelly has dedicated his life to blending the worlds of art, business, and community service, creating a legacy that uplifts and empowers others. A pioneer in branding and marketing, Dr. Kelly's career spans over 60 years, retired CEO of Kelly Worldwide and the director of the Eric Kelly III Museum. He blends his expertise in business strategy with his passion for empowering others. Through his initiatives, he's connected entrepreneurs to a global audience, and I am one of those results. Fostered economic growth and inspired the next generation of leaders. Dr. Kelly's dedicated to uplifting the Black community and advancing opportunities for business success, underscoring his legacy as a trailblazer in both art and enterprise. Help me welcome to the platform, Dr. Eric Kelly III.
Good morning, Barbara. How you doing this morning? I know people don't understand. They just don't understand what the word commitment is. They don't understand what the word, I said I'm going to do something, I'm going to be there. We want to say to you this morning, in light of, what's going on with you this morning, that thank you so very much. Many times people don't say thank you with what I call sincerity, but I want to truly say not only thank you for this morning, but thank you for being a part of this community. When we talk about a global community and we talk about meeting people across the globe, me and you've only met one time. And that was only because you were in my city.
Right.
And so, yes. And so I just want people to really understand what the Black Business Network is truly about. So this morning is Black Business and the Culture. And when you talk about culture, you want to talk about the things that are going on.
Well, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. And of course, this morning, as we start our day, we're looking at what today really means to you. I want you to think about that today. We've had 5 days talking about different issues of your business, but today is the culture. And so with that being said, I'm going to go to a commercial break and come back and let you kind of get a glimpse of what I do in terms of a business person. Many people out there probably wondering, okay, you're doing the business show, but what about the culture? What does that mean? And so we're going to be talking about Eric Kelly III, the artist. Many times we talk about Eric Kelly III, the businessman, and that's why the Olympics was created, so that people around the globe can not only do business, but meet new people as we continue to look at, pretty much look at the future. And the reason that we do this is for scholarships.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that were going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bulk. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan, wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of Black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writings. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunately for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television, and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where Black people, 49% Black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, Black man owned it, the Regal Theater, Black man owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see Black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules, and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw Black people doing Black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with Black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about. So I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think and then sail and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I will never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship. You ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not gonna help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, you know, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you know, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my mom always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4 o'clock when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints And I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I have never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paint in my box. And one of the students says to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? what about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romare Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That's kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monet, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotion from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Rumer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not museums on black men, or excuse me, not black men? I want you to take that out. Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist. Where is his museum? Where is a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about Dickenzie Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. It's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Good morning again. I hope you enjoyed their presentation. It was a presentation that is long overdue as we look at the future. When you begin to think about your life and think about what you want to create with your life, you must stop listening to the noise. The noise says that you can only do one thing. The noise says that you can only focus on one dream. The noise says that you can only be in one place. But as we've learned today and all week, that we can be all around the globe with the speakers that we've had on this network. We also learned today that the talent that you have need to be shared. Because if it's not shared, then as my teacher said, you're cheating the world. So this morning, I wanted to give that presentation on Black business and the culture so that you could see another side of what I do. Because many times people believe that I'm sitting behind a desk somewhere in the world working on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics, the Black Business Expo. But because I believe that each one of you have greatness inside, that you can do multiple things, I wanted to share with you what I actually do each and every day, and that's paint. Because painting and art is my life. It's my destiny. It's what I do. And I want you out there to think about it as you watch the last 2 days, last 7 days. I want you to understand that these speakers come on because they're looking to share their vision and their amazing stories to the world. The Black Business Network is not just here just to be here. We're not a Facebook. We're not a YouTube. We're not a LinkedIn. We're not a Hulu. We're not a Roku. We are truly a community of business owners looking to share our amazing stories. And 365 days of the year is the goal. live. And as I talk to people around the globe, they are continually talking about how they can do business. And that's what truly it's about. When you look at your company and you look at your business, the one thing that's important, and that is, do you exist? And many people would say, yes, I exist. But ask yourself this question. When you're not earning the kind of capital that you feel like you need to earn to be wealthy, not rich, but to be wealthy, do you truly exist in front of your audience? That's what's really important. My great-grandfather used to talk about people would say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And he would say, that is so untrue. That is a lie. He said, if you lead a horse to water and the horse doesn't drink, he could take a handful of salt and put in the horse's mouth, and the horse would drink until his thirst was gone. So I want you to think about this today. Are you the salt to your audience? Are you the salt to your audience? Because many of us are moving around and we believe that we are where we want to be, but are we really in the room that we need to be so that we can earn a profit? And that's what it's all about this week. It's for you to sit back, to listen to different business owners from across the globe, to talk to you about their companies. These information commercials, as we call them, are 40 minutes long. It gives you the opportunity to share your dream, to share your goal, to share your business. And many times what happens is there is no ask. And so my ask today, as we continue, is for you to go and get my new book. My book is called the Who, What, When, Where, Why, and How book. It's called the I System, because the I System is very, very important. When you see that title, the first thing many people think you're talking about your ego. But no, you're talking about the most revolutionary thing to do in your life. And that is to work on yourself, to work on who you are, to figure out how you move, why you move the way that you move, why you are you. So the I System talks about you as a person. And then the I System also talks about your operating system for your business and for yourself. Ask yourself this morning, what is your operating system? What is your mindset? Why do you need to have a mind shift? What is your mind print? These are all things that are in my book that helps people to understand how to understand who they are and understand their business. So as we applaud all of the speakers who are speaking, and as I continue to say, I want to say thank you to all of the speakers each and every day, because you take out your time and you come before us and you share to the world who have never seen you before. Your existence exists on the Black Business Network. I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and it gives me great pride and pleasure to say to you that we appreciate what you do. Many people ask the question, why do you do what you do? And I always say, we do it because we care. We've been on here for 5 years. And many times people say they're overnight success. But an overnight success sometimes takes 10 years. Sometimes it takes 15 years. But the one thing that you must understand is consistency is critical and crucial in anything that you do. So as you watch these speakers on Monday speak about inspiration, they spoke about education and empowerment. On Tuesday, our speakers speak on advertising, marketing, public relations, branding, and merchandising. And I want you to take a moment and think about those two topics first. Most business owners, before they start, they need to have some level of inspiration. They have to have some level of education. And more importantly, they have to empower themselves to open a business. Some people say it's a daunting fact to open a business because we are programmed by going to school and sitting down for 8 hours. So once we go out into the marketplace, going to a job for 8 hours is what we've been programmed to do. Some people have to have that check. They call it stability. I say, when you look at your life over the course of your life, and you're 65 or 66 and you're getting ready to retire, and you get the watch or you get get your money, you have to ask yourself, was that what you wanted to do, or were you following the follower? Which means, were you just got a job because everybody was getting a job? And so our young people, who are really our target market, the average age in America is 27 years old. Europe is 28. Australia is 25. The average age in South America is 28, but the average age in Africa is 14. There are 2 billion Black people on the planet. Yes, and 1 billion of those Black people are in Africa. So I want you to think about your business and your company, and I want you to understand, if you're doing business with individuals and companies, and they're anywhere from 50 to 60-year-olds, in 10 years, you'll be out of business because your business owners or your clients will have aged out. So I want you to think about pushing your companies to the young people, to the 27, the 30-year-olds, the 35-year-olds. And on Tuesday, when we talk about advertising, many people get advertising and marketing mixed up. Advertising is the bells and whistles of your business, your unique advantage. Marketing is the gas that pushes your company to the marketplace. And so on Tuesday, when we talk about the advertising, the marketing, and the public relations, and public relations is very important because PR demands trust. So you have to deal with your PR about your agency. And then I always say that sales, as my great-grandfather used to say, is the number 2 thing to do on the planet. You must sell your company. And while you're selling your company, you must look at, how do I earn while I'm selling my company? Your merchandising is what we also talk about on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we talk about 64 ways to do your business on social media. Now, why is that important? Well, when you first start out your business, many times people don't have cash flow. And so if you don't have cash flow, what do? You have to be very, very, very imaginative, and also think about how you can do what you can do without a lot of cash flow. And so you can utilize the internet. And so we teach on Wednesday how to use the internet, or how to use social media to get your product to the masses. As I said before in the beginning about the salt and the horse and the water, if you're not in the right room, if you're not talking to the right people, it just doesn't matter. You can say your ring of people are the people around you, but if they're not buying your products and services, they're just talking around you. They're truly not your business audience. Now, they can be your friend audience, but not your business audience. And so on Thursday, we began to talk about, diversity, inclusion, and access to capital. Because we can talk about diversity and inclusion all day long, but if we're not talking about access to capital, how are we going to build our business for growth? And those are the kinds of things that we do on Thursday. And the reason I'm taking a little time to talk about these things, I want business owners to understand. When you say you want to be an entrepreneur, are you saying you want a hobby or you want a business? And if you want a business, you must exist in the minds of your audience. And so the Black Business Network gives you that opportunity to be in front of people globally. Now, on Friday, which was yesterday, we talked about how to bridge the digital and how to deal with generational divide. And I had a friend of mine to talk this morning about the Willie Lynch situation, how we are divided, lights against the darks, the old against the young, and how that has divided us as a community. And one of the things that we want to do is we want to kind of change and make a shift so that business owners around the globe can understand that the power that we have is the power of connection. And so that's what we work on each and every day. Now, on Saturday, we talk about Black business and the culture, whether it's the art business, whether it's the business of sports, whether it's the business of entertainment. We want to talk about you being an owner, not a consumer, but an owner. As we look at all of the things that are going on, do you own anything? And that is critical as we move forward. And then on Sundays, we do what we call Black Business and Innovation and Technology. I want everybody to think about what's next. We've talked about Bitcoin on this network and how Bitcoin was the hot item, how Bitcoin was the thing. And now AI is the thing. And if you're not involved in AI, if you are afraid of it and you feel like it's going to take your job, you feel like it's going to make you obsolete, well, you're already obsolete. Many people say, well, why would you call me obsolete if I'm not dealing in AI? Because if you remember, and I'm going to go way back, if you remember the cotton gin, what did the cotton gin do? It replaced people. What did the people do that the cotton gin replaced? They found and created new jobs. I want you to think about that for a moment. The horse and buggy. What happened once the automobile showed up? The people in the horse and buggy business, what did they do? What happened? What happened when the airplane showed up? I want you to begin to think about AI in a way of AI is a tool. AI is a tool for you to use, not only to create better things in your life, but to help you create a better life. So as we move forward to the next 10 years or the next 20 years, don't get swept away with the noise of saying this is going to do this or this is going to do that. What happened when the internet showed up? And I can remember the dial-up system and the noise and the AOL sending the disc to your home, and you stuck it in your computer, and all of a sudden you was on, and there was just a blank page there, and you had to type things in, and that was the internet. But look at the internet now. What did you do once the internet showed up? The same thing that you're going to be doing. And I didn't say you're going to do it. I say you'll be doing it, because AI is the next stage. And the other thing is, what's after AI? Is it going to be robots? Is it going to be robots next after AI? So as we look at this whole week, I want you to begin to think about what business you're in and how can you use AI to support what you're doing. How you can use or how you can utilize merchandising, Bitcoin, how you can use the things that are here for you to use them. Because as I said before, when the wheel was invented, people was walking. They was walking around and they was happy that they was walking. But when the wheel was invented, then people started to ride. Are you ready to ride? That's the question that you have to ask yourself each and every day. You know, our network is for business owners. Our network is for learning. Our network is for education. But more importantly, our network is for connecting people globally. Many times I talk about identity. I talk about why am I here? I talk about the Nobel Peace Prize because that is truly what it's all about for me. How can I bring people together and get them to understand what peace really is? And what peace really is you having what you want to have in your lifetime and you not to struggle for economics, for energy, for business. How can you do that? Well, when people say the world is your oyster, or when people say you can run the world, you can only control your world. And if we all could control our worlds and we could all connect our worlds together, then we truly would have peace. Well, again, as I said before, I want to thank each and every speaker for speaking, but more importantly, I want you to utilize what my great-grandfather would say to me when I was a kid. He would say the number one thing to do is to think. Number two is to sail. Number three is to research. Number four is the energy or to be relentless at what you do. But number five is your attitude. What is your attitude about what you do each and every day? And I would truly say that these things have been the principles and the things that I have leaned on each and every day to ensure that consistency to do what I do to change the world. When you saw the colors earlier in the first piece, you will notice I don't want you to look at me as a Black artist. I don't want you to look at me as a Black business person. I want you to look at my art as in colors to see and feel the feeling that's coming from the art. I want you to see a Black man painting. I want you to see the colors because the colors and the pieces that I utilize is to affect your emotion and how you feel. And that's the most important part, as I always say, of what I do. You know, as we get ready for our next speaker, I want you to understand that when you are doing work, one of the things my great-grandfather said, and the reason that the Black Business Expo exists is to raise scholarships for kids. He used to say, if you don't value your value, then your value will not be valuable. I want to say that again. If you don't value your value, then your value will not be valuable. You should think about that this morning as you get up, as you see this broadcast. You know, many times I don't show up on the broadcast early, but this morning I thought it would be great to not only share some of my work, but more importantly, to talk about Black business and culture. And I want you to remember this. A question is never mad with an answer. An answer is never mad with a question. So what is the question about who you are today, what you're going to do today, where you're going today? Because if you do not connect with people around the world, how can you get where you're going? Most people don't make it because they don't know. I'm going to say that again. The people who make it know something that you don't know. So most people don't make it because they just don't know. And how do you know? By doing research. How do you know? By being relentless. How do you know? By your attitude and how you address the things that you don't know. You know, I am always humbled. And I'm always sitting back watching the business owners talk about their stories. And I say to myself, you know, this is an opportunity for you to give, for you to share, for you to talk to people who don't know you exist. And that's what it's all about for us. And as we continue to say, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. But before I do that, I'm going to bring back our host. I'm going to bring back our moderator. Going to bring back Barbara. I'll start to say Dr. Barbara H. Smith. It's in the wind. I know it's coming, but I want to bring back our host, and so that you can really see when I talk about a shining star, when you talk about the universe, you know, sometimes you vision the moon, you vision the solar system, but in the universe, there's stars. And if we all could be bright as our star is, then we all can make it to another level. Hello, Barbara H. Smith. How you doing? The celebrity speaker trainer, no less.
I am great and grateful today, sir. I was listening to you talk about one of the statements that I take from you all the time is, if you don't value your value is not valuable. I use that statement. I give you credit, but I use that statement all the time because, you know, you and I go back a few years. I think about
4.
Okay. 4 years when we first met. I was at the Black Mastermind group.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many things, so many nuggets that you have offered and opportunities that you have offered to so many people. And I am just one of those people that you offer opportunity to share stage with you and to reach audiences around the world. And so what I'd like to share is when you are prepared for opportunities when they open are available to you, because there's opportunities everywhere. But are you ready? Are you prepared? And so one of those opportunities was with Dominique Milton. Another opportunity was with Douglas Aza. Another opportunity was Fran Harris. You know, so many people I have met from being available on the Black Business Expo. So I want to thank you personally for all that you do for not just me, but worldwide, leaders worldwide. And I would not have met Geniuses Common, my good friend Bruce George, now a good friend. So there's so many people that come across this platform, and so many people who have insight, talent, gifts, and they're cultivated by showing up and showing what their unique and specific gift is, because we all have them. We just don't always shine or show what they are. So thank you again, Dr. Kelly, for having me on the show.
Well, I remember when we first met again, and we was having a conversation, and your mentor was very, very interested in the things that you were doing. And I said, when you going to Africa? He's doing Africa? And you said, yes, he's doing Africa. And I said, well, you should be going to Africa. And you said, I have not been asked yet. I said, well, let's invite him to the network. And we invited him to the network. And I think what people don't understand is when people see you in a different light, the light changes in their mind. And he saw you in a different light. And once he saw you in that real light, in your real talent for what you were doing, you were off to Africa. And off to Africa has opened up many, many new doors for you.
Yes.
You know, and when we talked about, I believe we talked about, one of the speakers here was doing battery powered cars.
EV.
And you were able to make that connection.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I say to people is this: you can sit back and not understand what's going on, or you can understand what's going on and get on what we're doing. Because people will not come to your city and meet you.
How about that part?
They can't, because they don't know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
When you come on here, we do global matchmaking. Most of our moderators are talking to 4 clients, for people, for business owners who can be new clients for them.
That's right.
Because they don't know those people that they're talking to, and this is the first time they get an opportunity to talk to them, and all of a sudden there is a match made. And when you sit back and just watch the over 5,000 that have been on the network, you're going to find somebody that you can do business with.
But
And
what are you doing with that information is the question, Dr. Kelly. When you get on the network, I have a strategy I'm going to share with you. But when you get on the network, are you just moderating for 4 hours, or are you making connections? Because networking is the name of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so what are you doing to cultivate relationships? People think you just met me and now you're supposed to put me in your business or accept me as an ally. That's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a dating game, actually. I mean, you wouldn't just meet somebody and then you going home with them. Well, I hope not. But anyway, that's another subject for another time. But I'm just saying.
We just saying. Hope we just saying. You know, we hope that's not the case. But that is really what it's about. You know, what are you doing? You know, each one of our speakers get the master sheet of all the speakers that spoke that week. If you are able to get 145 leads in one stop, why not do that? We advertise the network for 30 days. Why not? We do our part on our side to help you get where you want to go, because AI is here, as I said before, and time is moving very rapidly. Are you prepared for the rapidness of AI in your life? Because I told one quick story. I'm gonna get out of here. I told one friend of mine, it took me 8 years to get back to them after our first initial consultation when I was running my advertising agency. And the lady saw me 8 years later and said she wanted to talk to me. And I went to her office and she said I didn't send her any customers. And I said to her, I run an advertising agency. I said, people pay me to send you customers. I said, you want me to meet with you again? You have no budget, but you want to chastise me because I didn't send you any customers. And this is the kind of thing that we as Black businesses have to stop. You know, it costs. It really does. Whether it's time or money, it actually costs. We must begin to understand, if we represent, think about this for a moment, if we represent the 4th or 5th nation in the world in terms of money in North America, why don't we connect to other people around the globe to do business? And that is what it's about.
Yeah, and it used to not even be a thought to do that. But the one thing the pandemic did for us was break down all of those geographical boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
So now you don't have to do business in just the 52 states. You don't have to do business in just North America. Business is done around the globe. And if you're not ready, or your mindset is not ready to receive that, and to go in a global method, go to a global mindset, then you're going to be left behind. That fact and technology is moving us so fast that you've got to try to keep up. It's just so much going on. And you mentioned AI a few times, and that's kind of my newest flavor. ChatGPT prompting is what I'm expert at now, and it can do so much. The free version, of course, I pay for a version because I use it all the time for comparative analysis, for research, for design of ideas. It's just mind blowing that people haven't even heard of it. I teach at the university, and I had the occasion at the end of the session to introduce it to some of the students, and they were like, "Where has this been my whole life?" I'm like, "Where have you been?"
There you go.
It's been available. And so a couple of them asked me, "Can we just leave now?" I said, "Why are you leaving? We need to go home and get to work. We have some things that we can do." And so I say all that to say, our community is getting left behind as a whole when it comes to this technology. And I implore you to at least go out and play with it, find out it's free. All you have to do is go to chatgpt.ai and just select it and ask it a question. We ask Google all the time. Why not? And Google's using AI, by the way, if you didn't notice.
Gemini, I believe it's Gemini that they're using, and the Gemini that they're using is layered on top of ChatGPT. And this is really, serious business.
It is.
Because at the end of the day, where do you want to be? Where do you want to go? It's not going away. Remember people said, and I remember this, and I was in that group. I'm not putting my credit card on the internet. I am not. No. I am not. I don't care what you say to me. Eric, no, we're not doing it, Eric. We're not doing it. But look at today. We put our credit card on there and don't even think about it.
And you know what's funny about that statement? Is not funny, but it's a mind-blowing, is that I heard a statistic that only 8% of money is paper anymore. And so if you don't have a digital means to pay, you might not be able to pay.
And that is, and that's real talk, because the cryptocurrency is another situation that we are really not thinking about. Now, we watch the news as the cryptocurrency had a crash. So they had a crash. Did they destroy cryptocurrency? No. They had a crash. Are they stopped using cryptocurrency? No. Okay, what happens when you wake up and all money is digital money?
Right.
What happens when you wake up and you decide to order some food online, and ChatGPT comes up and says, you can't order that food because you got high cholesterol. You can't order that food because you have a health issue. And then you ask them, well, how do you know? I've checked your health records. Well, I bought some medicine last week. No, you didn't buy medicine for your high cholesterol, your high blood pressure yesterday. You bought it 3 months ago. Okay, now what do you do? Okay, this is the future.
No, this is the now. Okay.
You're absolutely right. This is the now. Because at the end of the day, we have to begin to look at the future as today. And with that being said, I know you're going to do the mission and everything. And I'm going to say, as I always say, looking at the time, genius is common. And I will see you. I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use our Cash App. It's at the bottom of the screen, $BBXUSA. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com as well. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. Thank you, Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2024. NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, BHS and Associates, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first US-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect US Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, hello, hello. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Chandra Price. I am the founder, owner of Tap In Magazine, a global publication where we help entrepreneurs amplify their voice, tell their stories worldwide. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, I have the pleasure to introduce to you Mrs. Cooper, who is an established instructor, speaker, and trainer dedicated to improving lives both professionally and personally. She was born and raised in Lockport, New York. She earned a full academic scholarship to Howard University, graduated with a BS in electrical engineering. With over 30 years of diverse experience in sales, marketing, and entrepreneurship, Mrs. Cooper started her home-based business in 1996 and has since designed hundreds of websites for various clients. As the first woman to chair the Buffalo Niagara SCORE chapter, she provides mentoring and training to small business owners. Mrs. Cooper is also a devoted volunteer, supporting her community initiatives and empowering others to achieve their potential. She's passionate about helping individuals grow. She embodies the spirit of servant leaders. I introduce to you Mrs. Cooper.
Hello, Tandra, Dr. Tandra.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining me for this fireside chat. Now, before we get started, is there anything that I missed that you really want to tell our audience about you?
No, I think it'll probably come out in the interview, the questions.
Okay, awesome. I always like to give that opportunity because sometimes we miss a little bit. So before we kind of dive in, I'm going to ask you just a few questions and listen, just full head into it. So can you tell us about your journey from your Lockport, New York to Howard University on a full academic scholarship and how that experience shaped your career?
Yes. So Lockport, New York is a small town, predominantly white, and I was an honor roll student, and I kept being called a token Black because there wasn't very many in my school. I was wondering what happened. There wasn't very many in my school that looked like me in the honors classes. So I was very well-rounded in high school, track, cheerleading, drama, as well as high in academics. So therefore, I had a couple of scholarship opportunities, and I chose Howard because I refused to believe that there weren't other smart Black people in this world. So that's why I chose, and it definitely shaped me to understand more about the world.
You know, it's so amazing. As I was reading your bio, we have something in common because my daughter also graduated from Howard University in electrical engineering, and now she is a design engineer for one of the large aircraft companies. So I totally understand exactly. So now you have 30 years of experience in the sales and marketing and entrepreneurship. What would you say was one of your most rewarding accomplishments from that?
I always have a lot of rewarding accomplishments from helping so many entrepreneurs, but I won't say ironically because nothing's arbitrary, and that will come out later why I say this, that I just had a one-to-one with a young man that I mentored, and he had to rack my memory 5 years ago. And I really remembered this young man because his mother was with him during the mentoring session. And so he was very sharp and wanted to get into a web design business. And so, of course, that was my wheelhouse. And so I mentored him, and he found me on LinkedIn, and he scheduled a one-to-one with me today. And he really just wanted to thank me for helping him and really focusing him. And he was saying a lot of things that he learned that I taught him that he implemented in his business. And so that was, he started it. And then I said, wait a minute, can I record you? So
that's a great testimonial, right?
Exactly. So he did. He let me hit record, and I recorded it. And so that was such a blessing. And that's the main thing. People who mentor, when they're able to hear back from someone that they helped, that's the greatest reward.
It really is. It's kind of almost an uplift for us. And listen, I love the fact that you said one of the most powerful tools is LinkedIn, and just getting that connection and knowing what you did just really kind of just elevates things even more for you.
Yeah.
Now, you started your home-based business. I mean, tell us a little bit what that's like, because I know that's kind of hard, kind of juggling, family, building your business. Tell us a little bit about what that was like.
Well, first of all, I did not intend to start a business at all. I was very successful as an engineer for Hewlett Packard, making six figures in my 30s. And I was married with small children. And it was actually my hairstylist that back in the 90s, this was before Vistaprint and Canva.
Okay.
So there wasn't very many options for custom creative marketing materials. And because I had learned how to do a lot of that by being in marketing with HP, unlike your daughter, after I got my degree, I decided I did not want to be doing design for any major company. I love technology, but I started to lean more towards my creative side. So HP had me in different roles. So anyway, I was in a marketing role at the time, and I did some really unique business cards for her. She shared them with some of the other hairstylists. They loved them. And then I just started getting referred, left and right. And so I was like, wow. So it started as a side hustle for me. And I was actually already working at home because I was so different at HP, meaning that there wasn't any project that they could give me that I couldn't master, that I couldn't, do it. But I was a individual contributors. That's what they called it at the time. So I was always doing these individual projects. My husband had built me my own office. He built it off of the garage. So it was like you just go through the house. It was a attached garage. So he helped out a lot with the children and the family. He did all the cooking,
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, let's shout out to him.
Definitely. Well, shout out to my first husband now. But my second husband also. I let it be known. I that's a disclosure I give up front. I'm like, I don't cook,
Yeah.
Everything else, but I don't cook. So, but anyway, so what happened was I had started really building up this side hustle business, being a business card peddler, if you will, business card peddler, postcards, whatever. But I loved it. I loved it because I really saw that I was fulfilling a need, and it was the other side of me, the left brain, right brain. And I enjoyed it. So what happened was HP wanted to move me into management, and I had no interest in management. And so I said, I was young, I was in my 30s, I was, confident. And I just said, you know what, I'm just going to go full time in my business. And that's what I did.
Listen, that's a good feeling that we can just say, especially at a young age. Because a lot of times, what was the saying? You go to work, go to school, get a good job, go to work for a company for 30, 40 years. But now at such a young age, you was able to make that transition. I mean, and it's kind of funny too, when you were talking about, the right and left brain, I know engineers, they kind of think a little different, because I know my daughter does. She's in the film space, and I'm like, how do you turn that hat on and then turn that hat on and be creative at the same time? So amazing. Okay. So as a web designer who has created hundreds of websites, how has the digital landscape evolved since you began?
Well, as I mentioned, back in the 90s, this was like for the print, because my business started as print. I was doing print work. And then when I lived in California, and very expensive, but I was able to take advantage of the housing market at that time, because that's when it was a boom. Neither my husband or I at that time really didn't like California. And so what we decided was, we heard that there was a lot of opportunity for minorities in Atlanta, Georgia. So what happened was I originally said, okay, I need to try to support my print customers. We're going to move to Atlanta, but I wanted to support my California print customers. So I decided to learn how to do web design. Okay. Well, at that time, which was right around 2000, because that was 2000 when I left. That's when the no-code websites started becoming popular. So you didn't really have to do a whole lot of coding and all of that, which I knew some how to do, but so I learned how to design websites, mainly again because I wanted to support my customers. But then I learned that was a whole nother revenue stream. So how it's changed is when I started was when they first started with the no code, but now all technology, and then when we talk about AI, you know, it has just made my life much easier, because if I really had to lean upon my engineering or coding or whatever, I could. But now I came about at a time where I could, skyrocket from the other web designers who were like old school web designers that were still doing coding, and I could use, and then the creativity, because this is when a lot of drag and drop technology was coming up. So I was coming on the scene at a much lower price and getting stuff done quicker.
Yes. Well, it's kind of funny too, like that you mentioned, because I mean, if you look at now, like, again, my daughter talks about this engineering, Pythons and all that kind of stuff, the coding aspect of it, which was great because you didn't really have to, wasn't like mandatory like it is now. Like some of them can still do that same stuff without coding, but I mean, it's just amazing how that has evolved. And now that AI was already kind of out and about, but it's just more evident now.
It's available to the public, because that's what a lot of people, all these people who have this AI, oh my God, AI is taking over the world, blah, blah, blah. It's been in existence forever, but it's just now available to the public.
Asking a question about AI, do you think AI is going to be the takeover?
It's already existed. It's back to okay, if you think about cell phones.
Yes.
And
from the house phone to cell phones. Yeah.
Right. And there were people that swore they were not going to get cell phones, oh, there's no way in the radio, whatever waves and blah, blah, blah.
Don't give me yes.
Yeah, and now you can't live without cell phones. And then think about just the internet altogether, buying stuff on the internet. I'm not putting my credit card on the internet. I'm not buying nothing on the internet. And now people, Amazon this, Amazon that, Uber this, or all of that, swipe. So how I feel about AI is that no different than any other technology, that a technology is only as it's only frightening, or it's only whatever if you don't enhance it and you don't use it. But it's not going to stop it.
Yes, I totally 100%. Okay, so with the common challenges that small business face right now in the digital marketing, how do you help them to overcome some of these obstacles that they're having to deal with right now?
Well, the biggest obstacle I feel with digital marketing is, again, because I've been in it for so long, that back in the 90s was still an era of shaking hands, getting to know people, let's go have coffee, that kind of business was done. Then when the dot-coms hit, because that's just when I started, when the dot-com hit, and there was that time of you could wake up in your pajamas, check your account, and thousands of dollars, all these transactions, because what happened was people were using the internet for mass marketing, and the consumer is the one that was getting taken advantage of. So you would get all of these emails and messages. If you were looking at a pair of red shoes, on one site, then any place you went, you was going to see red shoes. You know, because all of that is behavioral targeting. All of that was AI used then. So I'm almost trying to remember what the question was. I know where I was going with this was.
Well, that's really true, because if you think back, I'm not to interrupt you though, but if you think back to back then, no one really understood that was the connection to AI. Like you said, the shoes, like we pop up like, how did this come up on my web browser? Because that was a part of AI already. See, I think kind of what the change is right now is that it's now able to do the writing for you.
It's in the hands of the consumer. That's really what the difference is. And so this was the point. I think the question was that what do I see is the issue with the entrepreneurs and digital marketing. So what it is that some of the old school entrepreneurs that started with the trajectory of online and digital, they and the ones that were making money back when you could with just doing mass marketing and mass emailing, that doesn't work anymore. People are inundated, they're fed up with it. You turn on your email, your computer, and you got 100 emails. It's dead. It's what do you call it? It's just like it's
saturated.
Huh?
Oversaturated.
It's oversaturated, but what I'm saying is it's null. It's like you're just null to it now with all of the emails. So the entrepreneurs, the new ones that are coming up today, that are trying to use old school marketing methods, mass marketing, they're getting frustrated because they don't realize that this doesn't work. But then you've got these old school marketing people that are selling you it, telling, 10x your business. All you got to do is do this, get this landing page, this click funnel, this email. Blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to sell all of this to people who don't know and don't realize, and they're spending a lot of money on stuff that doesn't work. So what works today is you have to marry technology with personality. And you have to realize that you have to network. The networking is easier because yes, you can get on Zoom calls, you can get on these virtual calls, you can do now it's not when are you available? Are you available Wednesday at this time? No, I'm not available. You go on a calendar link. So using technology the right way can make you more effective, but you can't think that you're gonna grow your business by sitting behind a computer or not getting in front of people and just, blasting stuff out. That's the thing that I teach and I try to get entrepreneurs to understand is your brand, who you are, your personal touch is going to make the difference.
Oh my goodness. Look, me and you, I know this energy was just good between us. You know what I'm saying? Because I say that all the time. I'm a network strategist, and you know what? The old school did used to work, but now this new school is much more effective, efficient, faster. And you get to know so much about people. Like, we don't have to sit there at the coffee shop waiting on our prospect, hopefully potentially coming. And then when they do come, we don't have to spend hours and hours. 15, 20 minutes, our conversation's over with, and look how many you can get within that hour. So I totally understand where you're coming with the power of networking.
Well, you brought up a good point though, that I want to emphasize again, is that the old school, it's you know what? The people who are successful today, the entrepreneurs that are successful today, are the ones that know how to old school and put it with the new school, with the technology. So what you said is now, if somebody emailed you or if somebody gave you a referral, you can look them up. You can look them up on LinkedIn, look up their Facebook, their website. You could do all of this research. You should do all of this research So that, yes, when they come into the coffee shop or whatever, you don't have to go, well, tell me about yourself. What do you do? Where you grow? You already can make those connections and progress and move it forward. You already know, wow, I saw that you do this. We could collaborate on this, you know. So
I mean, you're able to find your ideal target, your client much quicker and easier, because a lot of times, you know, we set appointments. I get all the time, you know, networking doesn't work for me. Well, one, again, like you said, we're not even doing the proper research, but two, are you talking to the right client?
Right.
And that old school didn't really allow us to circumvent all that information.
Right.
You know? And then people would get to the appointment, oh my God, I wasted 30, 40 minutes sitting here and we have nothing in common. Or I can't even refer them because it's not there. So yeah, I totally understand.
And let's not forget, now we've broken location barriers. So it's no more coffee shop. People are saying, let's have a coffee talk, but you could be talking to somebody in a whole nother state, a whole nother country.
Yes. I mean, and not only that, just how technology is moving. And, you know, people used to do that 9 to 5. Okay. We go to work 9 to 5. That's it. But now, because of this World Wide Web and all this other stuff, I mean, business is happening 24/7.
Yes.
And, you know, this doesn't allow us to stop. It allows us to keep growing. Oh my God, this is so good. Okay. So listen, so your talent for simplifying complex marketing concept. Could you share a few examples of how you broke things down for your clients?
Well, I'll share the one example that I use all the time, because this is the one that a lot of entrepreneurs don't understand. The first, and it's across all whatever websites. Okay. So for a lot of entrepreneurs, if they've never had a website before, they don't understand that there's 3 main components. You've got your website, your domain, and your hosting. Okay. So a lot of them, they never really understood it. So I break it down like a cell phone. I tell them, think about your cell phone. Okay. You have your cell phone that has all of your data, all your information, all your contacts on it. Then you have your cell phone number, which is how people reach you. And then you got to pay a cell phone provider to be able to talk to anyone. So a website, your website is like your actual cell phone that has all your data, your information. Your phone number is your domain name. Only one person can have that domain name. You know, just like only one person can have that phone number. So when they're dialing that number, they're getting you and not someone else. And then you have to pay hosting, just like you have to pay a cell phone provider for someone to be able to access your website. Then they're like, oh.
Sometimes we got to break it down in different terminology, okay? A lot of times they don't understand those particular steps, because I know a lot of times, even, you know, for some of my clients, they'll go do all this other stuff. But then when you go to click on it, it ain't working.
Yeah.
You know, like it's come back, reroute or something, it'll say on the site, because like you said, those 3 things, you have to have them. It's a part of that. What do you think about when it's coming to design? What are some of those steps about designing their website to making sure that it's fitting their brand?
Well, first of all, see, I exclusively work with solopreneurs. I love working with solopreneurs. I worked for a digital marketing agency for 12 years where we did mid-sized to larger companies, and I just love my solopreneurs. So when it comes to web design, most solopreneurs honestly don't need a website. And what I mean by that is a website usually is a number of pages. And everybody's been taught to, you know, say, well, your home page, your products, your about, and your contact. Well, a lot of solopreneurs just getting started, that could all be done on one page. And, you know, and because otherwise they're fabricating, what's the word? Platitudes. They're fabricating a bunch of platitudes to fill up space. You know, we do the best of the such and such and what, you're just like, you're not saying nothing, you know? So what I recommend again is branding yourself. So don't spend a whole lot of time trying to come up with some creative logo or a name or whichever. Like, even though my name says Arba Digital Technologist, that's just saying my name is going to be somewhere in there. I don't care, Arba something, because so that people know, oh, that's Arba, because they all know Arba. Digital Technologist, it just lets people know, okay, I'm not selling herbs and spices or, lotions, potions, or whatever.
Yeah, lotions, potions. That's right.
Yeah, something to do with technology. So what's most important is to brand yourself. And I did a session on Dr. Eric Kelly. I did the whole session was on branding yourself. That stop trying to hide behind a lot of entrepreneurs, they come from corporate America, and they still believe this corporate thing. They believe they got to have this great logo, some great business name, and all of that, and they get buried, they get lost. They get lost because people want to do business with people. They're doing business with you as a person. You go to their Facebook, LinkedIn, or whatever, and they got their logo for their profile picture. They got their logo everywhere. So after a while, you're like, who is this person? Why are they hiding? So that's my advice is when someone comes to whether it be your website or your social media, it needs to be inviting. You need to promote yourself first and foremost before anything else, because there's nothing new under the sun. I don't care what business you're in or whatever you're doing, somebody can get it from somebody else. So the only thing that's going to help them make a decision to get it from you is you. How different are you? How clear are you making you? There's a whole bunch of web designers out there. I'm not trying to compete with all the other web designers. I want people who say, I like her. She got a lot of spunk. She's kind of crazy. I could, or whichever. Then fine. You're going to, because I'm the person you're going to need to communicate with.
I just know the good connection, Dr. Kelly, good connection. Listen, because people, it's hard for people to understand. That's just like I say, you go to a networking event. Listen, there's a ton of insurance agents, but why do I want to work with you? Why would I want to take you to be my insurance agent? Because we have to show who we are. You're right, and quit hiding behind all that stuff. Right. I know it needs to look aesthetically pleasing. I do know that, but I'm just saying at the same token, like, who are you and why do I want to give you my business?
Right. What's your journey? Why are you even like for instance, the people, they're weight loss. Okay. Yeah. There's people that want to sell weight loss potions and all this stuff, and they just want to give you all of the ingredients of this and why it's good for you and la. But what did it do for you? Why are you selling this? If you tell me you weighed 300 pounds and you tried everything and whatever, and then you found this and you showing me before and afters of yourself, then I'm like, okay, give me what you got.
Conversation.
Now, how they say, I want to drink. Give me what she drinking.
That right there. Oh my goodness. Okay, so why do you believe mentoring is so important for entrepreneurs, and how has SCORE helped you impact small business owners?
Oh my gosh, mentoring is important for everyone. I don't care if you are brand new in business or you've been in business for years. I don't care if you are a multi-million dollar CEO. If you're trying to be a multi-million dollar, then you need to, because the best way I understood, best way I heard anybody say it is, and I'll probably mess it up, but she said, you cannot read the label inside the jar.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
It was something. It was something like that. You can
write that down.
Yes, it was something like that. I might have butchered a little bit, but if you're so if it's your business and you are running it day in and day out, and you're doing all of this stuff, you can't see what other people see. And that's why mentoring is so important at every level, so that someone can bring to life. You know what? I cannot tell you how many times that I've been on a Zoom call. I schedule a Zoom call with a potential customer, and I'm trying to show them something on my website, right? So I'll say, okay, and I'll share the screen. Let me go to my website and let me show you this. And then I'm like, where is this? And why did I do it like that? And so I'm like, I said, geez, I just realized I don't even have this on the front of the page like I thought I did. So it's that kind of thing, that until you are someone else, another set of eyes on it, you don't know what's missing. You don't know how it's coming across to other people. And you really want to obviously get a mentor. I strongly believe in mentors and coaches. The Kobe's and the Kobe's, the all of the great athletes and everyone, they all got coaches.
They all got coaches. I mean, that's how they be successful. Listen, the mentor on the mentor's got to have mentors. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to always be in a space of personal development. And we also have to be in a space of being teachable. A lot of times, we think, I don't know, even though I'm the networking ninja, I still don't know all it is to networking. And I want to be open to that. So guess what? Just like you said, when something comes up, I've maybe been doing it this way, but someone else can say, here, you can better effectively communicate it if you do it this way.
Right.
You have to have an open mind to that. Like, what is it being coachable and teachable? So I totally understand. I listen, coaches, mentors, you need to have them. To me, it's a hand down.
Yes.
Okay. So what are some of the skills you've gained from working with a digital marketing agency, and how have they influenced your approach as an entrepreneur?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the digital marketing agency I was with focused on mid-sized to larger companies. And first of all, what I learned there is the ability, nothing's better than on-the-job training. Okay. Mm-hmm. So that's where I was able to learn. I did sales, cold calling, email marketing, of course, web design, social media, and started doing a little bit of video, but not as much as now. So one of the things why I left the digital marketing agency is that these mid-sized clients were paying thousands of dollars for a monthly marketing program. And one of my jobs was to call the owner and set up what's a discovery call to find out more about their business, to know how to do their marketing. So when I would, first of all, it was almost impossible to set up a meeting, because they would always, I don't have time. And so then when I would set up a meeting and I would start to ask them questions that would help me to develop a good marketing plan, most of the time they would say, that's what I'm paying you for. Why? Just get me clients, get me leads. That's what I'm paying you for. So they didn't even want to engage in a conversation because they didn't know that it was to help them. So the result was that plumbers, let me give you an example of plumbers. If we had two clients that were plumbers and neither one of them had time to engage with us to say, what makes your business different than the next one? Then guess what? Their marketing campaigns look the same.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be the same.
All we did was change the logo. And who's to blame?
You know what? You know what? We have to do the work. We have to take time out to make sure that we're seeing what's out in the market and what our competitors are doing.
Or just engage. The thing is this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to all of you business owners out there. Don't think you get so big that you can't talk to somebody, because if you are paying, this is the thing, if you are paying someone to do your marketing, then you need to spend time with that person so they can understand your business. Nobody is going to understand your business better than you. So you cannot expect that they're going to know how to market your business if you're not even taking time to tell them about your business. That's why I left that marketing agency, because I said, I can't keep, I'm doing a disservice and I don't want to be a part of this. So that's why my audience, my preference is solopreneurs. So I can talk directly to them. And I'm like, who else they going to throw me off on? And believe me, I have clients, excuse me, who've been with me since 2003. And they've been with me because they know I'm going to be for real with them. When they just say, Arba, can you just do this? I'm like, no, I can't.
I cannot.
Not with you not giving me nothing to go on.
But here's the thing too, things are changing and evolving, and you want your business to change along with that. Like, let's strategize on what's new. How can we do something different?
Right.
A lot of times I'm with you. Please, if you're paying somebody for your marketing, take the time out and spend a little time, because listen, I can only make you as good as you want to get. Right. And people have to understand that and not let that just be my sole responsibility. I know you're paying me, but you know what? We got to work together. Oh my God. Okay. So what do you see as the biggest opportunity for small businesses in today's digital market? What do you see as the biggest opportunity for them?
They need to embrace AI, learn AI, play with it. You'll find that you can do so much more with it than without it.
Yes. I totally agree. What do you think about, just a little side note, what do you think about people or entrepreneurs incorporating some cybersecurity into their fold?
Oh, everybody needs cybersecurity, even more now so than before, because but you have to be careful though, because here's the thing. I have never, this is just me, but I never install virus protectors on my computer, because the people who create the virus protection software are the same ones that hack it. And I've been using computers for over 30 years, and I follow that policy. I've never had my computer crash. I've never had all of these things that people talk about that happen with their, but I'm just like,
well, I like to ask that question, because you know what? I think a lot of times as us being entrepreneurs, just even understanding the aspect of it, what that data looks like and how we collect it as well, into what we're doing. Awesome. Okay. So as a speaker or trainer, what are the main areas you focus on to help others improve their life professionally and personally?
Well, I actually host a free training every Tuesday. I have a group called Vision Doers.
Okay.
And it's every Tuesday, 5:00 Eastern. And either I do training or I bring in guest speakers, because I don't know. I'm marketing. I know marketing, but I don't know. I'm not like a life coach, and I'm not a financial advisor or none of that stuff. So I've created a safe environment for entrepreneurs to really be able to get their questions answered. And I make sure that all of my speakers, and including myself, that we are talking at a level of a solopreneur. Because if a solopreneur goes out on YouTube, or if they watch any other webinar, many times they're talking at a level like your staff, you can have your staff be more productive, or you can do this with your blah, blah, blah. And and so it's like over their head, and they're not relating. So that's what I do, is to help by having that resource for them.
I love it, because I always say, listen, we don't network for ourselves. We network for the next person. And I like the fact that you have these classes or these workshops, because it helps just we don't want to lead people astray.
Right.
And we don't want to lead our clients astray, because there are some things that they really need to know and understand. And by you providing this amazing resource, it is awesome. Now, okay, say it again. You do it every Tuesday?
It's every Tuesday, 5 p.m. Eastern, visiondoers.com.
Visiondoers.com. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. So you work with entrepreneurs across many industries. Are there common traits you see in those who succeed? We might have answered that, but we can say it again.
And those that succeed, that yes, they need to be trainable, coachable, try new things, not be so stuck in their own ways. But what I see more so is the ones that don't succeed are the ones who don't define a clear target audience, and they don't have a market dominating position. So that means that they just come out there and they say, I got something for everybody. Everybody can use my product, or, everybody can use this. And then they don't differentiate themselves in the market. Those are the two big killers.
That's right. Because listen, everybody's product ain't for everybody.
Right.
And then what was the saying? If you feel like you're selling your product to everybody, then you really ain't got no product.
Right. Nobody.
Okay. That right there. Okay. So just a couple more questions. As a devoted volunteer in your community, could you share some of the community initiatives that you're most passionate about?
Yes, that I did training at a community center, at a local community center. It was they had a great computer lab. And so I would offer, again, it was free training. I'm not doing that now. This is before COVID, just getting it ramped up, but it was an ability for the community, and it was in a certain part of the community, to come in and get computer training and to learn skills that they need for their personal job and business.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so what are the? I'm gonna ask you, just listen, y'all hang out with us because this is some juicy, good topic. Okay, this is the chat. Okay. What are the key qualities that define a servant leader, and how do you embody this approach in your work?
I think a true servant leader is you have to come to a point to really understand your God-given gifts, and then how to apply those God-given gifts to people. You got to believe that there are people that are praying for the solution that you have. And so what I mean by that, or to explain that further, there are people who create stuff, create a service or whatever, and then they think that they're going to find somebody to sell it to, right? That's not servanthood. Servant is like what happened to me. I was successful. I was a successful engineer working for HP. I'm good. But my hairstylist needed something. And by helping her, it ended up that God was already preparing me, because I didn't want to, be a manager at HP. So I just looked all along the way. And a little shameless plug, my book.
Yes, I was gonna say, look, what other information that you have that you can give us, or that they can be connected with you?
Not arbitrary. That's why I said this word earlier.
Your name will be everywhere.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon. Look, it's not even 50 pages, and it includes pictures. So I put pictures in there. But I'm sorry. What this is my journey to my leaps. I call it my leaps of faith to a purposeful life. And every chapter is based on Romans 12 of living sacrifice. Make your body a living sacrifice. And this is the journey that I had to learn. So when you talk about a servanthood life, that I say, everyone has a purpose in life. We were not created to live randomly or by choice. So it talks about how I made some choices and some mistakes made some choices that I didn't understand. Let's say that I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. And I understand that everything was for a reason and a purpose. And when you can know for sure that the business that you're doing is serving a real purpose, not your purpose, not monetary, but to fulfill someone else's need, then that's a servanthood life.
Well, I love that, because you know what? It's not it's not about the money. It's not about the money, but it is about the money. I think the more that you can serve and help someone else, it just all flows. I mean, like you don't have to go and search for it. You ain't got to hunt for it, because like you said, when you're passionate about it and you can really help impact and change someone else's life by what you're doing, the blessings is going to flow.
And the best answer that my pastor had explained it is, instead of calling it money, stop calling it money, call it currency.
Ooh.
And then there's heavenly currency. So meaning, if you start thinking about currency, then you realize that what you may do here for this person, you may not get it back directly from that person, but everything is currency. So that my health is currency. You know, that I don't have to pay doctors or worry about being sick, you know, because I've done these things. So it's all about currency. And if you have currency flowing in your life, then you're good.
You know what? You have made me change some stuff to my presentation, because I'm going to throw that, I swear to you, I'm going to throw that in there, because that is so true. You know what? Our good health, our sense, our peace of mind, having the right mentality is currency.
Yes.
You got to know what that feels like when you can, you know, get up and move and shake a leg or two. And you know what I'm saying? That's that right mentality.
Right.
Okay, listen, this has been an amazing fire chat. I mean, it's been fire. We've been on fire. You know what I'm saying? So
yes.
Before we go, what advice would you give an aspiring entrepreneur who is just starting out on their journey? I know we kind of said it, but you might got a little bit more fire.
Yeah, to really understand their why. Why are they doing what they're doing? Because that's what's going to get you up. That's what's going to keep you going. That's what's going to make you make that phone call. That's what's going to make you work late at night is the why. And the why does not necessarily have to be directly related to what you're doing. Your why could be that you have young kids that you want to not have them struggle, or not, you want to be able to, there's some, you know, a lot of people get into these little side businesses because they just want to buy some extra gifts, you know, or buy something or whatever. So the why doesn't have to be that, let me turn this around and say, you know, I'm selling this water because I believe in this water, but no, it could be like, I'm selling this water because I need a new car, you know, or I need to pay, you know, that's the why. That's what's going to motivate you. So, that's what's
supposed to wake you up. It's supposed to scare you. You know what I'm saying? Your why ain't good enough. It ain't scaring you. Like, you know, if it's not gonna wake you up, scare you, and help you make a change. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. We want to make a change for the better for our lives and for the people that are around it, and to be that amazing servant leader.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this has been so good. Now,
how you know we're gonna have to have a one-to-one.
Listen, because I'm gonna need you right now. I'm gonna need you. Now, how can our audience connect with you? Give them some ways of some links to connect with you.
Well, one of my links is right there. That's the arbadt.com. That's arbadigitaltechnologist.com. And then also arbacooper.com. So girl, back to make it easy. Make it easy. I'm not trying to hide behind no names, not other than my own. You know,
I love it. Listen, you know what? As I always say, just keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Don't throw no extra juju juice or nothing on it. Just
right. Yep, that's it. arbacooper.com or arbadt.com.
And your book can be found on
Amazon.
Okay.
And look it up by my name. Don't try to look it up by the book name because they're going to try to spell correct it. Not arbitrary, because arbitrary is spelled with an I. So hey, I only got one book. So you'll find it like that.
Again. Well, listen, thank you so much for being here at this fireside chat. Y'all, this has been fire. I hope you had your pencil and paper, taking a lot of good nuggets. And I want to make sure that you guys join her every Tuesday. Go to visiondoers.com. Get all this good information because we need it. Listen, This is the last quarter of the year. We're going into 2025, and you want to be prepared and ready.
Yes.
Make sure that you got your web design done good. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Cooper. I appreciate you. Thank you. Comment, and I think we'll see each other on the other side. I think all we have to do is leave the studio. Bye.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was the Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net, just every.black. www.blackistheneww.com.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
That look like me to take their business to the next level.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusiness.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses, and it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my people.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Well, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bukeka Blakemore. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Enolia Foti. She is a highly acclaimed international keynote speaker, author, multi-award winner, life and business coach whose work spans continents. As a United Nations International Peace Ambassador and World Embassy for Peace Human Rights Ambassador, she is a powerful advocate for youth empowerment, humanitarian aid, and global activism. Dr. Enolia is the CEO of Enolia LLC USA, Global Director for Vision Afrique Development, and co-founder of Easy Step Group Management. She also leads the Expressions of Humanity Foundation, focusing on life skills training and emergency humanitarian support for underserved communities. As an expert in energy medicine and indigenous wisdom, Dr. Enolia brings a unique holistic perspective to her work, blending corporate expertise with ancient traditions. Honored as a grandmother elder by the Ojibwe Nation, she is dedicated to teaching, healing, and inspiring others to dream boldly and achieve their greatest potential. Dr. Enolia Foti.
Thank you so much, Bukeka. It's such a pleasure to join you and to be here with you on the Black Business Network. I appreciate it, and thank you for such a beautiful introduction.
Well, it is well deserved, and we are so grateful that you are on Black Business Network today. And we are excited because of the fact that we are both women entrepreneurs, and we are both running enterprises that are here to not only impact where we live in our locality, but places around the world. And I find that to be a very exciting experience, would you not say?
I absolutely would say, and the beautiful thing about being able to have this conversation is that we're going to be able to take those who are seeking to be CEOs, those who are embarking on that role, or those who are just starting out to be CEOs. You know, what is it that establishes a strong foundation? What is it that you have to decide upon before you even step into the role? And as you step into the role, what is it that you need to embrace within self? And I'm going to just start us off a little bit here. The first thing that I believe you need to do when you're looking to embark on that role is, how wide do you cast your net? Some of us are really, really comfortable in leadership, and some of us are not. But we assume the role because it's important and it's necessary to accomplish what our vision is. So as you step into that role, as you look into really fulfilling what it is, the first decision that you need to make is, how far do you expand, and what do you want to be CEO over? So some of us are comfortable, just in our immediate surroundings, our community, our comfort level in the locale that we're actually brought up in. And then other of us, we want to, let's say, impact the state. And there are those of us who actually want to impact overall. We want to work internationally. What are your thoughts about that, Bukeka?
Well, it's very true. I mean, it really depends on what it is that you're holding a vision for, right? And if we're acting from a place of smallness, then that's how big our net's going to be. But if we're looking to impact globally, or we're looking to expand beyond our immediate, what's in front of us immediately, then we've got to cast a pretty wide net. And that means being able to network with a variety of different people from different cultures, from different backgrounds and different experiences, and being able to meet people where they are, but bringing your expertise to that table, and being able to help other people understand that they have a vision as well. And so when you're tapped into other people's visions for the purpose of business, or even if it's just friendship, right? Then you're casting a wide net, and you're allowing yourself to not only impact others, but you're also giving yourself permission to be impacted to something that is greater than what you even imagined.
Yes, yes, I totally agree. So casting that net and then establishing the framework. That framework is that business plan. That framework is that this is how wide and how large I choose to operate within. So globally, that's a huge framework. Locally, that's a smaller framework. Statewide, that's a large framework. That's right in between, that middle ground. So, establishing that framework, and then also understanding, how do I set my standards? How do I choose to operate? Some of us are family owned businesses, some of us are proprietors, some of us, are conglomerates. There's a huge variety by which we can work on and establish the framework. And it's so important to understand where your comfort level is. Your thoughts?
I agree. Absolutely. Because even if you're starting in that geographically local or smaller network, you have no idea how that's going to impact worldwide, right?
Yeah.
Just the ability to touch someone's life, giving them the seeds that help them to grow, is still that seed that you've been able to implant. And then there's that which was implanted in you, right? So whether we are casting a wide net geographically, or a wide net just because of the impact, then having that ability to do so will make a huge difference in the framework, right? So your framework is giving yourself permission to take the necessary steps, to take the to know what the roadmap is, and then that road will lead you to unknown places many times. But if you have a strong framework, you're gonna be prepared for it. You're gonna be prepared for whatever arena that you're in or whatever locale that you're in, because that framework is solid, and it's the roadmap that gives you the information necessary to succeed no matter what geographical location you're in, or what no matter what business sector you're in. The framework, you're absolutely right, is important to is important to plant to the seed that you're planting, and how wide that net gets cast.
And then we can go through all of the iterations of all of the steps that you're supposed to take. But I'm going to say like this: it's like these things you can look up. You know what you're supposed to do in a startup company. You know how you're supposed to register. You know that you have to establish not only your framework but your product, how you're going to market, how you're going to engage, how you're going to introduce yourself into your marketplace, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you know what I would love to speak about right now is the unwritten rules. The things that nobody talks about, the things that if you are embarking to step into that role, and some of us are in the role and we're uncomfortable. And we're uncomfortable making speeches, we're uncomfortable making decisions, we're in cultural situations where, as a woman entrepreneur or as a woman leader, we're not necessarily accepted in leadership because we are a woman. Let's talk about some of the unwritten rules. And the first thing I want to go to is the foundation and doing our work. And what does that mean by doing our work as a leader? You know, if you know that you are that type of person who's a leader that is petrified of doing speeches, you got to do your work. You got to find that level by which you're comfortable to make speeches. If you are a person who is like unsure of themselves to make a decision and you're second guessing yourselves, do the work. Find out what it takes for you to feel more secure. And I'll comment more on that, but I want to give you a chance to comment on this.
Absolutely. And some people are thinking, well, I'll do the work, but what is the work? And where does the work start? Well, in our realm, we know this. It starts from within. It starts from going inside and being more self-aware of who you are and how you are responding to various situations. So that observer, right, which we always talk about, being able to see yourself in certain situations and then kind of giving yourself permission to evaluate how you are in those situations. So if you know that you're getting ready to give a speech, and prior to the experience of giving that speech, you know that you were just sweating bullets. You were nervous, you weren't sure of who you are or what you're going to say. That's the point in which you get ready to do that next speech where you become the observer. How are you feeling? What does your skin feel like? How is your countenance? How is your posture? What can you do to step into that role changed from the last time you were in that role? That's being that self-observer and giving yourself permission to move forward into this new situation in a different way. So that's how I would describe a great portion or the beginning portion of the work. What would you say?
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and we're not really relaying the word, but I'm going to actually relay the word that we're talking about. We're talking about personal development. We're talking about the fact that many of us as entrepreneurs and as leaders will take all of the business courses that we can take. We'll take all of the leadership courses that we can take. And those leadership courses and the business courses and the entrepreneurship courses, their entry point is to engage in the business. Their entry point is that it's assumed that all of your personal development is already up to par. And many of us, that is a gap. It is a huge gap in which we have limited beliefs. We have insecurities and we have not addressed them. And we talk about this situation of a person commenting to you, well, you need to get out of your own way. Well, what does that mean, get out of your own way? It means step back, see where your weaknesses are, see where you're uncomfortable, see where your fears are, and address them and face them head on. And truly face them, being honest with yourself. A lot of times we'll hear this situation or this comment of fake it until you make it. Don't do that. Don't do that. It is the worst advice anyone could ever tell you, because when you are faking it, it is seen. When you are putting on that facade and just trying to step through it and hoping that nobody else understands or sees the insecurity within you, it is seen tenfold. Address it. Do the work. And what does that mean? That means take the personal development. Do the coaching. Understand where your insecurities are. Practice if you're uncomfortable making speeches. Practice if you're uncomfortable negotiating. Address why it is that you're uncomfortable and face the trauma or fear that happened in your past life. This is what makes a good leader. The ability to understand their worthiness, but at a point where they've addressed the trauma, the issues, the limited beliefs, the cultural conditioning that they've come up in, so that they come in standing in their truth with an open heart, open mind, and the ability to see multiple points of views without fear, without the fear of taking a risk or going and venturing into areas that they've never ventured in before. That's called the strong and solid foundation in leadership.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And the two words that came up for me were transparency and vulnerability.
Yes.
And a lot of people are so afraid of being transparent, of being vulnerable. But those aspects make the greatest leaders. Because if you're hiding, you're not being transparent, then you can't move forward. You can't move into a place of understanding who you are. And therefore, you're doing just like what you said, don't do. You're trying to fake it. And that is going to lead you down a path of really having your reputation and feel a sense of unworthiness, taking you down a path of a path of misunderstanding a lot of times. Because what happens is that if you're not transparent, you'll say things and you'll do things that will be miscommunicated or misunderstood because you're not coming from a place of authenticity. The other word is vulnerability. And people think it's very weak to be vulnerable. But how can you learn? How can you be in a position of learning if you aren't vulnerable, if you aren't allowing yourself to trip up or to make a quote unquote mistake? Those things are for your learning. I was watching a movie about the light bulb, right? I was watching it with Thomas Edison. And of course, the thousands and thousands of attempts that it took for him to get to having that light bulb and light up a whole city. But he took every mistake or quote unquote mistake as a success, as research. If we do those things, we can become great leaders and impact millions of people by just being a little bit more transparent and allowing yourself to be vulnerable.
I love what you're saying. So really, to summarize it, create a strong foundation. Create the foundation that is solid, but not solid for others, but solid for yourself to stand on. Take the time to do the personal development. And then embarking on new roads. And I want to talk about innovation, because we come from a society that loves conformity. Conformity in that this is how the rhythm goes, this is how you enter in, you can't do it any other way. If you do it any other way, you're really going against the grain. You really need to do it this way. This is how everyone does it. I will pick on some things that I myself would challenge. For example, this way of marketing. Marketing in the respect that says, oh, you can only market for 30 seconds. Oh, you can only market for a minute, and then you lose everyone's attention. And then if you are selling or entering the marketplace with a product or a service that is significantly complicated, intricate, where you have to educate the population or you have to educate your consumer, 30 seconds and a minute isn't going to handle it. And what we need to do is we need to stop treating our consumers like they're not intelligent. The bottom line is that if I am selling something that's very important, I have to educate my consumer. Do I want a consumer that can only hold an attention span of 30 seconds to a minute? I don't know that that's the target market that I want. I want the consumer that is going to be thorough, research that which they're looking for. I want to attract somebody who is intelligent enough to understand my product and service and is going to take the time to not only digest what it is that I'm bringing forward, but understand it and to act upon that understanding and intelligence. And so I'll go into a different direction. Let's say that I'm a chef. And let's say, all chef schools are nasty. And I caveat that with they're arrogant. They are very, very hierarchical. They are very belittling. And as you traverse working up to be that head chef, you take a great deal of nastiness in the old traditional schools. But here you are with your business plan. Here you are with your vision that you want to hold. Remember that you have a choice as to the environment that you decide creativity should take place. That it does not have to model what's already in place, or because when you went to school it was that way, it has to be that way. We have the opportunity to change paradigms. We have the opportunity to create the environment, the creativity level by which people are able to engage at, and the orientation by which they learn. And so there are so many conformities that we're expected to engage in. Now, the same scenario that I used for a chef can be said about the medical community and many other communities in terms of how we choose to engage and what we choose to engage. So I guess what I'm summarizing is use your innovation, use your ability to enter into the market, creating your own paradigm and not necessarily fitting into the paradigm that already exists. Because we're here with a new generation. We're here with different technologies, and that which was in the past doesn't necessarily have to be what comes forward in order for you to set the standard and the tone. Those are just some of my thoughts. And I welcome your comments on this one. Bukeka. And just in case she's not available, I would like to, oh, there you go. Okay, what are your thoughts on that, Bukeka? As I went on my diatribe.
Innovation. That's okay. Everything that you said speaks right to what I feel is important in terms of stepping into business. First of all, we are, as we say here, genius is common. Now, that genius is our creativity, our ability to imagine and think beyond the rules, think outside the box. Nothing, nothing that we experience in our day to day lives could be done without creativity and thinking outside the box. As I mentioned to you, I was watching the movie about Thomas Edison. They thought he was absolutely crazy. The entire gas and oil industry in New York was shutting him down, right? That there's no way that they're going to have light without a candle, right? And the gas to propel it. Madame Curie, right? Same thing. There's no way that you're going to be able to extract light out of a rock. It's not possible. And of course, all the amazing inventions that have been created that we're using today, right? All right. Lewis Latimer, Black inventor, was primary in creating the element that makes light. And now everything that we do from major electronic and power stations depend upon that genius and that creativity and someone telling them that's not possible, and someone saying, I believe it is. I'm going to break the rules. In fact, if I don't break the rules, we're not going to even be able to move forward in society like we want to. Even the printing press, let's take that for example, right? And for um, um, millennia, our native ancestors were carving illustrations into whatever they could to deliver a message, okay? And it stayed right there. You got to be an archaeologist to go back and find out what it was they were trying to tell us, right? But in that ingenuity, in that innovation, came the printing press, and then all the ways in which we could then duplicate that information so that millions and millions of people could also extract that information. Let's look at just you and I, right? We are innovators, we are creators, right? And
Yes.
we know that we have come this far because of the fact we said, you know what, those rules don't work for me. I am a strong, powerful woman leader, and that in and of itself years ago was unheard of, to be a woman and to be a leader. So we have to be able to take on innovation because that is our genius, and that is the and that is where our creativity goes to. We have a spark of creativity. We break the rules and we innovate every single time.
I love it because the bottom line is anyone of notable worthiness challenged the status quo. And everybody told them how they're crazy. You think of Edison, I think of Tesla, because I know that Tesla worked with Edison, you know, in terms of that electricity. And I remember, and well, because I do my homework, I look at Tesla and I look at people like Einstein, and I look at the masters of their field, and they were all dismissed as, you're crazy, we don't want this, we don't need this, or financially, I don't want this to happen because it gives others too much and I can't make money if this comes to market. So when we challenge the status quo, I think that it's also important to emphasize that we do our homework. And what does that mean, doing our homework? That means research your market, research your marketplace, know the innovators that came before you, know how the marketplace handled the introduction of something that's similar to your product or your service, and in what areas, and how it succeeded and how it failed. Learn from other people's mistakes. Understand that you, out of the billions of people that are on this earth, are probably not the very first person. And if you are, then you know you're treading really, really hard, and you look at similar products or services that were done just like it. Understand the fact that not only are you going against the grain, but who's going to push back against you and why they would push back against you. Anticipate why you need to be aware of your competitors, how they may push back, your unperceived competitors. And I think that this all boils down to this: know the unwritten rules and know what's not being said just as much as you know what's being said. Really important in business. You enter into negotiations, you enter into a conversation with a competitor or someone who wants to align with you. It's so important not only to hear what they're saying, but hear what's not being said. And if you've done your homework, then you're aware of what's not being said. This is really, really important, because in doing your homework, sometimes when certain areas are not brought up, and they should have been, then there's something to be said about that. And you have to be able to understand and see the angles on that also. Those are just some thoughts as to what we don't talk about when we're dealing with business. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. Because many times, especially if we're excited and passionate about our new invention or our new platform or program, and we step into a meeting, seems like the first thing we want to do is just tell the other people all about it. Instead, that's the time when you become not only the observer, but the inquirer. We want to be able to ask questions. We want to be able to determine what is the landscape for which we are finding ourselves in before we give up all of the information, right? Then the next thing you know, your creativity is being usurped because you gave everybody everything that you had that you had in mind without your guidance, right? So it's important to understand where other people are by asking questions and giving yourself permission to kind of what we call hold things, keep things to your chest a little bit. And it's not because you're trying to be secretive or not trying to allow yourself to be vulnerable. You're going in to be to learn. That's the best thing that we can do when we're going into a new situation. What can I learn from this? What can I gain? What knowledge can I gain from this? And then when you ask those questions and you wait for the space, the silence, what's happening in that space can be really, really loud. If you want to pay, if you're paying attention, right? Because what's
Right.
not being heard could possibly be seen by body language, by uh, the other individual's um, maybe uncomfortability by being in but because you're so comfortable with who you are. So yes, when you're in those meetings and you're prepared for yourself because you've done the previous steps, you've done the self-awareness, you've done the personal work, you know that you're an innovator, you're allowing yourself to be vulnerable, but you're also allowing yourself to learn from those situations. That part will definitely take you further if we step back and we inquire and then we listen and then we listen.
Which is the most important skill: to listen for what's being said and to listen for what's not being said. And with that said, Bukeka, why don't you share your business and then I can share a little of mine.
I would be happy to. As you can see, I am the CEO of Fave Unite TV. And Fave Unite TV is an OTT streaming platform that is dedicated to Black stories and Black storytelling. We are streaming the culture 24/7 with content from all over the world, from podcasts to short films to music and all different types of creative genres that you can imagine, all in one space. And I'm really excited because Dr. Enolia Foti, you can see her all over Fave Unite TV. So Dr. Nolia, just tell us a little bit about where we can find you and about your businesses.
Yes, I am Dr. Enolia Foti. I can be found on www.enolia.live. I am the CEO of Enolia LLC. And as we spoke about that leadership and that business coaching, I do business coaching, life coaching. I hold my master classes and I do mentorship, as well as the fact that as an entrepreneur, I work with a lot of business plans and implementing and bringing to fruition startups and operations for visionary development. And if you are an investor looking to invest in Africa, please reach out to me. And if you are a project that wants to be implemented, please reach out to me. So with that said, that entrepreneur, well-rounded key piece is right there.
Wonderful. Well, we are so glad to have you, Dr. Enolia. I loved our chat this morning, and for all of you that are watching, thank you so much for watching the Black Business Network. And Genius is common, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.